Layering 18 left, clear to go, Spirit Wings 1016.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's Saturday, January 28th, 2023. Still hard to say that, 2023. It's Walt with Runway DFW on what started out earlier today as a very overcast day. Hello there. I didn't mean to put myself in there. Let me see if I can find my camera switcher here. There we go. And, okay. So anyway, started out really cloudy when I left home. It was very, I would use the word gloomy to explain what it looked like when I left home this morning, just around noon o'clock. But the sun has come out. It's still kind of cloudy, but it should make a nice day for plane spotting here on Runway DFW. Welcome everyone to today's edition, and let's go. All right, let me see if we can catch a plane coming in here before I get too far along. Unlock the old tripod. Let's see what we got here. This looks like American Flight 1850 coming in from Monterrey. It's an Airbus A319. And I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but it's really windy today. It's, I think, upwards of 10 to 15 miles an hour wind. I'll check on that in a minute, but it's pretty blustery, but otherwise can't complain about this as a day towards the end of the month of January. It's currently on our unofficial thermometer here as my camera rises into the sky. It's 70 degrees. So we got American Airlines Flight 353 coming in from Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. Let's see if we can zero in on that aircraft for you. There it is. The 737-800, the mainstay of the American Airlines fleet, at least the narrow-body fleet. My camera didn't like that. And the highlight of any afternoon around here is the A380, the British Airways A380. And I haven't looked at the timings of that. It almost always is late, but today I can't say for sure whether it will be. I'll check on that in a little bit. We're in a slightly different location here at DFW Founders Plaza. I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's let this one take off into the friendly skies. So we're in South Flow this afternoon. That plane took off towards the south. Our camera is pointed towards the south there, and there you can see the cloud cover we have this afternoon. So let me lock that in place. We'll switch over to camera 2 and say hello to all of you. I'm also operating with some different, our software for our broadcast has changed. It's a new update, and this is the first time we're running with it, so we'll see how it goes. Allie French says, oh, that's small, isn't it? That's one of those things that happens when you don't check that out first. Well, that looks a little weird. But Allie French says, hello to you. Russell Heathcote says, hello from Lincolnshire in the UK. Well, that looks a little better. Waters is here. Hello, Waters. Ross Jin helps us out with 4:04 p.m. time frame for the Super Speed Bird, according to Flight Radar 24. Thank you, Ross. Mary Extraordinaire is checking in. Hello, Mary. Let's see who else is here. I'm scrolling backwards now. We see Austin. Oh, where did he go? Austin Swafford. Walt, I will see you very soon. Soon. Very soon. That sounds like Bond. James Bond. And what else we got here? Vince Las Vegas, who says, good afternoon, Walt and company. Always glad to see Vince in the house. Arriving from Guadalajara, it's American Airlines Flight 1174. It's an Airbus A320. So to describe where I am today here at Founders Plaza, I'm at the north end of the Founders Plaza Horseshoe, which is farther away than usual from the UPS compound, where you can see that kind of in the background there. That's because UPS doesn't really operate today, so I don't expect to see any planes coming in and out of there. So we just got a little bit different angle, a little more northerly oriented today. Got a parade of Mexico flights coming in, and this next one is from Cancun, and this next one is our first heavy of the day. It's a 787-800 or -8, whatever they call it. It is flight 1068. We did have a China Air Cargo aircraft take off just as we were getting ready. That there you see is American Flight 544 off to Los Angeles. That's an Airbus A321. But let's see if I can do this here.
Departure Scouts 4934, yeah.
So this is a recording of the China Airlines cargo plane that came in. If I punch the right button, I think this is it. I may be wrong about that. Now let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find it on my camera, and I may have hit the wrong button.
American 544, good day.
Well, I don't think it's going to work. So sorry about that. Well, we'll follow this plane as it blasts off. Let's see what's coming in before I make that executive decision. Well, you know, we've got American Airlines Flight 826 arriving from Phoenix. It's also an Airbus A321, and it's going to be interesting to see the planes landing today in this wind.
I'll have to land 1 left, clip, take off back to 584. One left, line runway to American 2659.
And there goes that A321. I think this is off to, where, Tucson, did I say? Tucson it is. Off it goes.
Alright, have land. 1 left, clip, take off American 2659.
So some people were saying they didn't hear the audio on the intro. We'll have to check that out. Epic Toastman says American 9785 doing some weird stuff. DFW to DFW.
1 left, line up 1 American 2747.
That is a little weird. You did see there going through your screen an Aero Mexico Connect, which as I recall is generally an Embraer 190. Yes. And in the foreground, that was American Flight 2747. It's an Airbus A321. That's going to San Diego, California. A lot of planes trying to take off right now. But the first one in line is the one to San Diego. As I look over my shoulder to see if there's any planes imminently arriving.
1 left, clear for takeoff, American 2747.
You can see the skyline of Dallas in the background there, along with the East Tower of DFW. Oh, and you know what else is weird today? And I may have to stop down our broadcast at some point and reconfigure. But before we went on the air, I did a private broadcast, and I was sending it out in 4K. Now, I don't have any 4K gear. Well, I do have 4K gear here, but I don't have the equipment to connect my 4K camera to my computer, which is capable of sending out 4K signals. So I was just seeing how long that kind of connection could be sustained here. So if you look at your
departure, have a great day, American 2747.
If you look at your YouTube feed and say, well, this says 4K, and I am technically sending it out in 4K, but I'm not sending a 4K signal, so I don't mean to confuse you. The Peacock A380 just subscribed to Runway DFW, and the Peacock A380, stand by, because later this afternoon we'll have an A380 for you to view. Ali French says, today's a special day as an Emirates A380 aircraft has broken the Guinness World Record for the longest flight ever. It departed Dubai, flew around the world, and landed back into Dubai. That sounds like fun. Rohan says, hey Walt, I'm at the plaza right now. Well, Rohan, hello. I'm waving to several people and they're waving back at me, so good to see you all here. Our special Olympian, Raina Taylor, equestrian champion, is here in the house with us. Hello to you, Raina. Good to have you with us.
Runway 18 left, line up and wait after traffic approach 689.
Got a little plane coming in here. Let's see if we can pick up on that. When I say little, I mean a business jet. Did I even see that on my radar? I don't think so. I think that kind of flew under the radar, I guess. Did not make an indentation on my radar screen. Stealthy. Here's that Aeromexico Connect aircraft, the Embraer 190. I don't think we see any.
Ready for takeoff, Cosera 1. Clear for takeoff, Cosera 1A. Cosera 2689.
I don't think we see any other E190s over here.
We need about a minute, 1353.
I don't know when the last time Aeromexico flew a mainline aircraft
American 2627
to Dallas-Fort Worth.
American 1953 is ready. 1953 is ready. 18 left, and line up and wait. American 1953.
I was really afraid when I was driving down here that we'd have a low ceiling because, as I said before, it was just absolutely gloomy when I left home this afternoon. But it's brightened up considerably since then. So I'd like to welcome all of you to our broadcast this afternoon. It's Walt. We're here at DFW Founders Plaza, which is the official plane spotting location here at DFW International Airport. There's free parking. It's a fun time had by all. There's picnic tables. Kind of hang out, watch planes. Just park, sit in your car if it's a blustery day, as it is today. But a lot of people are out. It's a good place to introduce young people to the world of aviation.
On Nav Laren 18 left clear for takeoff, American 1953.
And you heard American Flight 1953 is getting ready to blast off. This is head out to Santa Ana, California. It's a 737-800 series aircraft. This is our first broadcast in a week. We normally have at least something on offer in the midweek time frame, you know, an early morning broadcast, kind of a breakfast show, or sometimes we do an after dark broadcast focusing on all the cargo action. But today we couldn't, or this week just didn't work out for us. We had some snow actually earlier this week.
American 1953 today.
I don't know if they had any snow at the airport. I know we had it at Rancho Runway DFW, which again is about 40 miles north of here. Those big, fluffy, white flakes of snow, and it melted when it hit the ground or the streets because it had been so warm leading up to that, you know, at least above freezing. But what landed on cars and on grassy areas was quite enough for kids to make do with making snow people. That Embraer 175 that you see on the right, the American Eagle plane, is headed to Durango, Colorado. And off it goes. We're going to check out American Flight 1470, which is coming in from Seattle. It's an Airbus A321. I think I've got it on the view screen here.
American 1633, clear for takeoff, 1 is left, RNAV to lift. Well, I have way left, 415, 1 is left.
MR Rice says the Dallas skyline looks great today.
Departure on Boeing 3560.
And he says, "You're lucky, Walt. We did not get any snow." Well, you know what was it was pretty. It was kind of, you know, a nice, pretty snowfall, and then the next morning it was gone.
London wait, 20 left, clear wing 628.
There you see Alaska Airlines Flight 415. It's headed to Coffeetown in Seattle.
I'm making 16th entry. Have a nice day.
It's a 737-900. We'll pick it up there on camera 1 as it takes to the skies. And it used up a lot of the runway, didn't it? A yellow bird is standing ready to take off.
RNAV Park, 18 left.
Spirit Flight
Yeah, 18 left, clear for takeoff.
628 is headed to Los Angeles, an A320neo.
London wait, 20 left, American 1017. Departure left, 150.
Another big one coming in from Frankfurt. This one comes. It's American Flight 71. This is a Dreamliner 787-800.
Wing 620, get it. Sorry, RNAV Park 1, A-Left, clear for takeoff, American 1017.
Donna YHZ says these streams, and you fine folks, are always a great sense of friendship and comfort. Yeah, one thing I learned after firing up our broadcasting facility here is that it's, you know, it's kind of half and half for some people. It's almost as much the camaraderie in the chat room as it is looking at pictures of airplanes. But I'm glad I can fulfill my half of it. And I'm just glad to have you all with us. Hey there.
How's it going?
How you doing?
World livery, Finnair.
What'd you say?
Wait for Finnair to come in.
Finnair, yeah.
Good day, American 1017.
Okay, hold on, I'm working on some problems here. Thank you. Ethan Epstein says Walt video is pretty jumpy. And he says, anyone else notice this? So I need to know if you notice that. And if so, I'll have to dial back my streaming speed here. Matt C says great views. But yeah, let me know if anybody else is having a problem with the stream, and I may have to restart it at a lower bit rate. Technical stuff. The Peacock A380 says, hello Walt, new subscriber to the channel. My other half operates in and out of DFW frequently on Qantas flights. As an attendant, I'm looking forward to the A380 arrival. Well, we're glad to have you with us.
2466.
Always nice to welcome a new subscriber to the big channel. Well, it's not a big channel, but you know what I mean.
1324.
So yeah, anybody else let me know if they're having some problems with our transmission today, and I may have to restart it. Did I even say what that was? That was American Flight 1716 arriving from Durango, Colorado in Airbus A319. We have a Frontier aircraft lining up for your enjoyment. It is going to Las Vegas.
RNAV to Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff.
And this is I don't know if I've seen this one before. Good to see you. But this one is, if you can catch the tail there, it's Lone Star, the Longhorn Steer. And I have to say, I've never seen this one before. Is this new? Well, it's a 3-year-old aircraft. But you can see it right there on the front of the plane. So that seems very Texan, yeah? This is the Lone Star State, for those of you who don't know. Gonna pause there so we can see it.
Park, clear for takeoff,
Pretty good shot.
8 left for flight 200.
So there it goes, carrying some Texans off to Lost Wages. I had put a question, I thought I had pinned it to the top of the chat. Maybe I didn't pin it. But the question was, how are you watching this broadcast? Are you watching it on a smartphone, a tablet, a computer, or a TV screen?
Frontier Flight 2135.
And in a moment, I'll let you know where that Delta flight was coming from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320 Flight 424. Well, we're having fun now. There's another Delta plane coming over. Sapling 21 says Qatar A350 1000 coming in from Doha soon. We hope it will be over here on this side of the airport. Sometimes it lands on the other side, on the east side. And you know, you may hear in the back, I don't know if you can, well, my just almost fell down to the ground here. Reattach that a little more securely. What have we got here? A little American Eagle action. CRJ 700. Making its way to the USA from this city of Chihuahua in Mexico. American Eagle Flight 4396 for those of you keeping score. Well, we've got a Wookiee. Here comes an Airbus A220 Delta Flight 2955. That one's going off to Minneapolis, St. Paul. As we have American Airlines Flight 420 poised for takeoff. That one's going to Denver.
Left, line up away, Delta 2955.
So the Delta is lining up and waiting. Both of them at the top of runway 18 left, the nominal takeoff runway here on the west side. I say nominal because not all, sometimes the guys and gals in the tower will send a plane over to the east side,
18 left,
or to the to the right runway for landing. Here comes American Flight 2467, 737-800 from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm feeling a little nostalgia today because when I got here, I was hearing the control tower and I hadn't turned on my scanner yet. I said, where is that coming from? And it appears to be coming from Founders Plaza. Now, when I first came here many years ago, that was a feature here. They had the ATC going on a public address system here for all to hear. But since I've been broadcasting from here late in the year 2021, I had not heard it since then. But apparently they've turned it back on.
Delta 2955, good day.
Eagle ATL is a new viewer tuning in for the first time. Nice job, enjoying it. Thank you, Eagle ATL. And because you're writing there, I guess you have subscribed as well, so thank you. Uzi Gaming 9, who is another a young airport streamer from he streams both here and at Dallas Love Field, says won't be that active in the chat for a bit because I'm about to begin approach in JFK from LAX. In JFK from LAX, where are you, OZ Gaming 9? OZ Gaming 9 lives in this area, and as I said, he does stream from this part of the world on a regular basis. So Happy landings to you, OZ Gaming 9. Patrick Wouters says, hello everyone watching from Luxembourg on a TV screen.
Runway 18 left, American 420.
Good to see you here. Douglas Serrano says, FedEx 615 from LAX to Memphis is diverting to DFW. Well, that's interesting. We'll watch out for that. And East Texas Aviation says, hi Walt, how are you? I am good. So nice to see all of you here on this Saturday afternoon. Well, at least Saturday afternoon in North Texas. Who knows what time it is where you are? It's, according to my... I'm hearing myself. Oh, I think I had myself. My phone was broadcasting myself.
Right, line up away 18 left, American 941.
So time.
673, 5 miles, 18 left, 21.
It's 6:12 a.m. in Seoul, where my son lives, so it's a Sunday morning for him. 9:12 p.m. in London town, 2:42 a.m. in Mumbai, 8:12 a.m. on Saturday for our friends down under in Sydney. So we're glad to have you all, wherever you may be, here with us this afternoon. Coming in now from Santa Ana, California is American Flight 2114, a 737-800 on Runway DFW. I still can't get over people watching planes land and take off while they're on a plane landing or taking off. That's amazing.
Departure, get it.
That's American Flight 941, a 737-800 off to Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we're very close to seeing the Qatar flight coming in from Doha, the A350-1000.
Right now, depart, quick pickup, 18 left, American 941.
In fact, it will be landing
Quick 1 out left, American 1523.
right after this flight, American 2673 coming in from Palm Springs in California. I'm going to turn things around now so we can get that Qatar flight coming in. I see fellow plane spotters now getting in place. Now, if only my camera would focus on that. There it is. It may not be an around-the-world flight, but it's a pretty long one. 15 hours and 43 minutes so far in the sky.
RNB Park, quick takeoff, 18 left, American 1523.
Time to stretch one's legs, I would think.
Line of away, 18 left, American 1869. Departure, American 941, take care.
is a big aeroplane. Not as big as the A380, of course, which we will see not too long from now. Well, the plane spotter there was admiring his handiwork. Mike Lee says, I wish they'd open up the airport to let people in to greet their loved ones at the gate like pre-9/11. I know, it's, I mean, obviously that's so long ago now that, you know, people don't even realize that you could do that at one time.
So you American 1523.
Steve Lundby says, good afternoon, Walt. If everything works out, I'll be coming to DFW in March and looking forward to meeting you. I hope to get a chance to do that. Steve? There's some airline news from Jane Elizabeth, who says UK Flybe has gone into administration for the second time today, as Real Deal just is a new subscriber. Administration, for those of you here on this side of the pond, is kind of akin to bankruptcy.
Right to be parked, let's take off 20 left, American 1869.
American Flight 9785. This is the okay, this is the one we were, who was it that alerted to this? Epic Toast Man? This is a 777 that took off from DFW and is now returning to DFW. Took off an hour and 51 minutes ago, according to Flight Radar. And here it comes. So maybe they're just kind of putting it through its paces. Or maybe it's on some kind of an excursion. It's listed as Flight 9785. Let me look at the radar here in a minute. See if it has been going around in circles, or if it made some big loop, or if it... Where did it go?
Over to departure, American 1869.
Kind of went out to West Texas, almost to just past San Angelo, and then made a U-turn and came back here. So that's kind of interesting. Now the question is, will it make a right turn and go to the hangar? Or it looks like, yeah, it's going to make a left turn and go to the terminal? I guess it is. Interesting. I'm sure that happens occasionally, but I'd never seen a flight listed as from one airport, or a commercial flight listed as from one airport to the same airport. You see that all the time with private aircraft who are doing practice runs and such. Oh, now, oh, look at this. Now it is kind of, well, now are those... I see those ground trucks there. I don't think, I'm assuming they don't have anything to do with this flight. I mean, I don't think there's an emergency of any sort. Well, Let's see where it goes. I mean, I would think that it would be going over to the American Airlines barn over here on the on the west side, which would mean it would be making a right turn as we look at it after it gets down to the end of runway.
Example 9 are maintenance flights.
Yeah, one of our viewers just came over here and was watching us on YouTube and was indicating it's probably a maintenance flight. And the flight number, that kind of high flight number, which starts with a 9, usually indicates that it's something other than a regularly scheduled flight. One of those kooky things you see every now and again. Eagle ATL says 787 Dreamliners and Airbus A350s are elegant looking airplanes. The A380 is a brute. Yeah, you know what? I kind of agree with that. I don't really list the A380 on my list of favorite planes. I'd like to fly on one sometime, but and the Peacock A380 says the Speedbird Flight 193 is just 50 minutes away, so thank you for that update. Dale Hilton has an interesting tidbit. Ontario, California is allowing anyone into the gate area again for shopping and to see people off and to arrive. Huh. Arriving from Lubbock, Texas, is American Eagle Flight 4220 and Embraer 175. These are kind of quieted down a bit, I must say. As we take a look at the North Radar Tower, you can see that gigantic American flag stiffly blowing in the wind. And it's a, you know, it's not a gusty, well, it's a little gusty, but it's pretty steady. I was going to look and see what the what they're saying about it. 16 miles an hour coming out of the southwest. The official temperature 66 degrees. We have 69 here on our little thermometer. We don't really have anything lined up over there to take off at the moment. It's kind of quieted down. We've got some regional flights, some regional aircraft coming in. Brian Henry says, hey, Mr. Walt, been a minute since I've seen you on. And again, yeah, I haven't been on since, it's been a week now, which is unusual for me. He says, I almost came up today to a plane spot. Now I wish I would have. Doing a great job as always, Walt. Hi from Granbury. Granbury, of course, a suburb here in Dallas. And thank you, Brian. Well, if you can't be here, I hope this will be the next big, or the next best thing for you. Fina Finn is our newest subscriber here on Runway DFW. Got more than 300 people on board this afternoon. That's a good amount for a Saturday afternoon here. And if you're just tuning in, well, first of all, welcome. Second of all, please like and subscribe, or subscribe and like, as we like to say. It's American Eagle Flight 5743, arriving from Amarillo in West Texas, CRJ 900. There you see way down there's another big American flag at the south entrance to the airport. We see that occasionally in our shots. Sometimes it's pretty clear looking today. Again, that's about probably 2 miles or more from where we are, that big flag. So you can tell it's a big flag. It's large. Linda Kavinsky says hello from Streamwood, Illinois. I don't think I've ever heard of Streamwood, Illinois. That's not to diminish its importance. Just never heard of it. There's number 175 about to touch down from Aguas Calientes in Mexico. Not seen you in a while. Happy New Year to you. Has it been that long?
It's been a while.
Wow. Have you been out here? We just haven't crossed paths?
Yeah, you've been doing some midnight streaming. I can't.
Ah, come on. We've got a flight from Salt Lake City coming in on runway 13 right, which we can't see from here. It's one of those diagonal runways. Should I pull? Is it time to pull up the map? So here's the map of the Google Earth map of DFW Airport. Where that blue Runway DFW logo is, way up there on the northwest side of the airport. At Founders Plaza. And then there are all the runways outlined in yellow, and the terminals are A, B, C, D, and E. And so we overlook runways 18 right and 18 left, and as I said, there's a plane landing on runway 13 right, which is over there on the left side of your screen. It's kind of a diagonal runway, and that's one we don't get to see from over here. And it's not used all that much, but it's a fairly regular. I mean, it's not closed or anything. Although they were making some repairs on that recently. So let's explain south flow now. The planes are coming in from the north. It's north on the top of your screen, and they're landing to the south. And when the planes take off, they take off to the south in the direction of that arrow. And that's good for us because that helps us get the best look of the aircraft that we can, because they kind of, as you can see, they kind of take off right in front of us and they land right in front of us. Now, on north flow days, everything is reversed, and we don't get as good a view from our vantage point as we do on those other days. So that's the difference between north flow and south flow. here on Runway DFW. Lagarto 77, I'm welcoming you as a new member. Thank you, Lagarto 77. Chuck has a memory. Anyone remember the giant information signs at the airport entrance? DFW had to remove them after a lawsuit claiming they caused an accident. I remember those, Chuck. I hadn't thought about those in quite a while. Entering our airspace from Zihuatanejo in Mexico is this American Eagle, it's American Airlines flight. It's a 737-800. Flight 384. So yeah, the sign, there were big signs with letters on them. You know, the electronic, you know, they could change the lettering so they could show you what terminal your flight was arriving at. I think they changed it so that there was a they had a radio station for a while, an AM radio station, which would broadcast arrivals and departures and things like that. I don't know if that's still around or not. Well, we got somebody testing out a new remote control car here. A young man. Looks like fun.
On the bridge.
Well, from remote control cars to aircraft in the sky, American Eagle Flight 5734 arriving from Oklahoma City on a CRJ 900. Well, actually, it's a Mesa Airlines jet operating on behalf of American Airlines. As we've discussed on previous recent programs, Mesa and American American is ending its relationship with Mesa. I don't know what the timetable is on that. And I think I overheard, I was listening to or watching Kevin's stream, Airline Videos Live the other day, and somebody was asking him about the merger of JetBlue and Spirit Airlines, and he didn't have any information. I don't have any information about that. It's just kind of fallen off the radar, so to speak, so far. I mean, I guess it's still a thing, but I don't know what the status of that is. We've got American Airlines Flight 1820 arriving from Ontario, California on an Airbus A321. So we get a big gust of wind. This plane was coming in. I had to look over and make sure my laptop screen wasn't acting as a sail and getting blown over. Take a look at the sky here. We haven't looked at that. So you can see it's mostly overcast as we swing camera 1 over to the south. We're now looking directly south, and then got the sun up in the sky over there, headed to the west.
RNAV, Lair 18 left, clear takeoff, air shells 5844.
There is the tower. The beacon on top of it, green beacon that lights up at night, and there's the flags here at Founders Plaza. Illustrative of the wind velocity. We've got another flight coming in on runway 13 right from Los Angeles, an American flight. Again, not something we can see, not something we can show you. In the meantime, we'll have to settle for American Flight 2946, a 737 on final approach from Omaha, Nebraska. On your home for live streams at DFW Airport, Runway DFW. I would like at this time to acknowledge the generosity of Mrs. Runway DFW because in a future broadcast we will be bringing you the sounds of this airport from a brand new soundboard, which I didn't have in my budget, and she said, "What would you like for your birthday, Mr. Runway DFW?" And I told her, and she said, "Okay." So I'm testing that out now and we'll premiere that later. It's not going to make a huge difference, but I think it'll sound a little better, and it will be in stereo instead of mono. Eagle ATL has some info. Mesa's ongoing unprofitable operations for American led to the two companies agreeing to a consensual wind down, according to the Mesa Airlines press release. So that explains that. Michelle RS, our friend and moderator, says, Runway DFW, can you hear the ATC in Founders Plaza while you are streaming? And I kind of can, although I have headphones on, but I did make note of it when I got here, that I was hearing that for the first time since I don't know when. As I said before, it used to be a feature here when the first time I came to Founders Plaza. And what you're seeing there, of course, is a big one. It's American Flight 20, one of 4 American flights. I believe there's 4 daily flights from here to London.
RNAV B part, clear takeoff 18, left American 2028.
Ooh, I just had a crash of equipment. It was a bag of stuff. Let me see, let me make sure nothing's damaged here. So did I say this is an 8-year-old aircraft? This is an 8-year-old aircraft. Scheduled to depart at 3:24, so it's running about 15 minutes late. Getting in early tomorrow
American 1360
in London. Karen Monson says, Mrs. Runway DFW sounds like a smart woman to me. Well, I'm very appreciative of her generosity to this channel.
departure American 2028.
Douglas Serrano says next week American Airlines will do mainline service to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Carl Shield 1, good evening everyone from Dublin. Pleasure to have you here.
Left on Blake, South 3213.
We have a new subscriber, Regenda Thacker, if I can read that correctly, is our newest subscriber to the channel. Thank you. My chair just fell over. I have one of those folding light chairs, and if I'm not sitting in it, it tends to fall over. Well, we're going to deviate here because we've got the One World livery of Finnair. Look at that. I can't remember if I've seen the Finnair One World livery before.
That's Depart 18 left clear for tail, Scout 3213.
That, of course, is an A350-900. And no, we haven't missed the London flight yet. Still kind of waiting there at the top of 18 left. We, of course, were here for the inaugural arrival of Finnair. I don't think they'd ever flown here before. You know, a lot of airlines kind of come and go internationally, but I believe it was the first ever flight for Finnair here at DFW. And I hear our scanner beeping. I'm going to have to swap the batteries out in that thing. So let me find our battery box. Turn the scanner down there for a second. We're scanning again. All right, where were we here? So many things to check on. I did miss a super chat apparently. Let me see if I can go back and find it. Well, let me just do it this way. From Louis DeHaan. I would like to thank Louis DeHaan for a €2 super chat. He says, love the stream, Walt. Thank you, Louis. Oh, I missed another one, didn't I? From Eagle ATL, who also contributed $4 through Super Chat. Thank you, Eagle ATL. I know we have those automated alerts coming and going, and but I do like to personally acknowledge anyone kind enough to bring us help us pay the bills here at Runway DFW. This is American Flight 2579 from Denver, Colorado. And yes, it's an Airbus A321. It's going to land.
Tower, American 20, heavy hold short, 1 rental ready.
One of those landings where it just kind of seemed to hover there.
18 left, run underway, American 20 heavy.
So we are still waiting for the flight from London. We are keeping our eye on this American 777 to London, which now seems to be on the move. And in just a couple minutes, we're going to be seeing American Flight 820. That will be touching down from Seoul. That'll be a Dreamliner 787-8. So looks like we've got London cooking here. And I believe we have a new subscriber, so thank you to that new subscriber. Yeah, there's a lot of these airport channels to watch. So I am super glad that you've taken time out of your day to check out Runway DFW. As this takes off, we're about to see a Frontier flight with a polar bear on the tail. There it is. And there goes the Dreamliner, I'm sorry, the 777 off to London. And so post-haste, we're going to swing camera 1 around to catch the Dreamliner coming in from Seoul.
Have a great weekend.
That, of course, is one of the longer flights you will get to or from DFW. So I recall, now I've been on that flight, to and from on American nonstop, and I recall it's, what, 14 hours one way and 16 the other. I may be something in that range. It's a long flight. I clicked on it. Are we off the air? No. I lost the internet connection on my... Oh, there it's back, I think. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here. Russell R51 is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Russell. Look forward to seeing you in the chat. The Peacock A380 says Qantas Flight 7, a 787 Dreamliner now making the turn to line up for the final approach. Thank you for that alert. It's always good to see in case my yeah, I can see it now. It's says it's 3 minutes away. Probably a little more, but not too much more. We've got 2 planes ahead of it, both CRJ 700s, both American Eagle flights. And we've got, as we look out to the east from here, we see we have quite a crowd gathering. I suspect that they're here to see the A380 pass right over their heads. In fact, is that a tripod I see out there with someone who's, yeah, somebody's busily setting up for a shoot. And the reason they're hanging out there is because the planes go right over that area. Now, I have seen occasionally the gendarmes come out and chase people away from that area. There's no signs which say you can't go in that area, so I don't know that there's any real restrictions as long as they stay away from the barrier fence of the airport property itself. Lauro Guerrero is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Lauro. Emre Yurta says, Walt, I don't know when, but the DFW to Shanghai route is returning this year. Well, that'll be nice. And I would like to acknowledge a super chat of Australian $5 from Pete Davis. Great pictures today. Thanks, Walt. Thank you, Pete. Of course, you've got some great streamers down under. Sid Squad is a must-see, I'm sure, for you and for me too.
Tower American 2297. We're not sure what's happening with the west wind here. You want us to wait here or pull up at Whiskey Golf?
And Ross says they're probably preparing for the A380, and I suspect you're right about that, Ross. But we're going to turn our attention now to the northern sky, where our next arrival is going to be Flight 7 from Sydney. Just to the left of that signpost there. It's to the right of the signpost now. This is a plane which has been in the sky for 14 hours and 19 minutes. It's a daily flight, the flight from Sydney. We did get a new Qantas route, which started in, I think it was the start of December, from Melbourne, which is I think 3 or 4 times a week. This one is daily.
So B-Park, where was it?
So from the land of summer, they have now
Roger, from the departure 126.
arrived in
the
the wintry North Texas, which is not really very wintry today, although we are expected to get some wintry weather later next week. My thermometer says 70 degrees right now, which is quite comfortable for a January day in North Texas. Matt congratulates us on the camera work. Thank you. I have some things to learn. I mean, my guru is Kevin of Airline Videos Live. He just does such a bang-up job following planes closely. Karen Monson says, love the Roo. Virtual United Pilot is our newest subscriber. Hello, Virtual United Pilot. Eagle ATL says the way the BA380 is lining up, it may go to the east runway. And while that is, I guess, possible, it is my understanding, based upon my conversations with the people in the control towers here, that the A380 is about the only plane that cannot land on the east side and then come over to the west side where the international terminal is, because the bridges would not really support it. So I don't think that'll. I think we'll see it right here in front of us.
Departure American 2290.
That's American Flight 1618, which you're looking at there. It's going to Kansas City. That 737-800 is. Here comes American Flight 1932 from San Luis Potosí in Mexico. It's an Airbus A319. So I was talking about Kevin of Airline Videos. I think I got sidetracked there. He is just such a great photographer, and you know, that was his job as a TV news photographer for years and years. And I did that too, but a long time ago. And when I started, I was shooting film, if that tells you how long ago that was. There's that Qantas plane. It still hasn't been able to make its way over to the Terminal D. It'll get there, but I'm sure its passengers and crew are itching to get off.
American 1618, green day.
And I do see the British Airways A380 now in the metropolitan area, flying over, have to fly over Prosper, a northern suburb. It's not going to be far from my house. On my channel once I did pop up a video. I parked my tripod outside the house and was able to view the A380 as it was approaching, unapproached DFW. Here again are the people who are keen to see an A380 fly right over them as they gather, as they're outstanding in their field. I have a youngster on a picnic table right close to me. He's got his own airplane. So the A380 is about 5 minutes away, according to Flight Radar 24, and they're never wrong. Okay, so we have nothing currently lining up to take off here on the west side. We do have an American Eagle, Flight 5008. CRJ 700, which is coming in from Garden City, which I think is in Kansas. Just under a 1-hour flight. There's a special livery of Viva Aerobus, which we will be seeing. It's going to Monterrey. It's an Airbus A320neo, but I don't think I've seen it. It's called the Doters livery, D-O-T-E-R-S. I believe I'm unfamiliar with that particular scheme. And just to prove that it's not just American Airlines for domestic arrivals, here's a United Flight 337 from Denver. It's got that old livery. (737-800). I think I was watching airline videos live earlier this week. Was it this week? And somebody was pointing out the color scheme on one of the United jets. I think it was a bigger jet, 777 maybe. And they had like a two-tone engine design on a two-tone color scheme on the engine. This one you just saw is a 23-year-old plane. It dates back to the year, well, should I have our, we haven't called in our singers yet today, have we? I don't think so. $19.99. So yes, it's a 20th century aircraft. Where did it go? Did it go off our screen? There it is. It's been flying around for a bit, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, look at this. The man himself, Airline Videos, is here, Kevin. And Kevin, wow, that's so nice, Kevin. A super chat of $20. Howdy, partner. Hope all is well, Walt. Thank you so much, Kevin. We look forward to your return to DFW Airport with Rudy in tow. We may get another tour bus. There was a tour bus here last time Kevin was here. I don't know if it had anything to do with him, but there were a lot of people who came out to see Airline Videos live in person. And Chardon Kamal Pada says, why is DFW so weak on international flights compared to JFK, LAX, SFO, EWR, and ORD? Well, I guess you'd have to ask the airport. Now, I don't know if you can say we're weak on flights. I mean, we are in the middle of the U.S., so that has something to do with how many international flights. Well, we see international flights from all over the place here. It's just we don't see quite the variety that you would see at an LAX or at a Miami or at a San Francisco. It's just the way it is. But we do get our share of international flights, so, and one of them is about to grace our screens right now. This is what people come out here to see, typically. And there goes our sign. We have a little sign that says, Runway DFW is broadcasting live. And it just blew over, but not a problem. Here comes the Speedbird behind that sign. There you see it. I'll have to hope nothing else blows over. Oh, the chair blew over. It was Angela, one of our friends, a fellow plane spotter who, I hope she didn't lose any equipment. No, she's got her camera in hand. There's Angela there in the foreground. But she's here to get a picture of the mighty A380, just as so many others are, or just to kind of come out and watch it. The flying horizontal apartment building coming in from London. This is the only 4-engined passenger plane we see here at DFW currently, aside from the A340, which Lufthansa operates from Frankfurt. I don't believe that's a daily flight. This is. Get out the air horn. Do I have my air horn? I don't think I do. Come on, Sherwin-Williams, get out of the way there. He's busy looking at his recording of the plane. You could move back a little bit. Oh, here's that Viva Aerobus. What does that say? Doters? Is that what it says? What is that? It's off to Monterrey. Well, there it is, whatever that was. Just never seen that livery before. So Speedbird had to wait for that to take off before it could advance over to Terminal D. Meanwhile, all the people who stood underneath that big old plane are now kind of slowly walking back to the parking lot here after that experience. I'll have to do that one of these days. Unfortunately, I can't. I've got too much gear to set up over there, but maybe on a day when I'm not broadcasting live, I'll go out there and try to capture that. Fantasy Freak advises us that announced this Monday the birth of Doters, the first loyalty and rewards program from Viva Aerobus that will allow all people to earn points every time they travel. So there you go. Thank you. We have a question and it is answered. Mike G says, fantastic view of the A380 Walt. Still can't believe a plane of that size can get into the air. It is rather remarkable. There you see a Qatar Airways World Cup livery, which I guess is now got to be repainted. Matt C says, I'd like to see a double-decker bus livery on the A380. Now that would be interesting. A British transport, or whatever they call it, double-decker bus livery. That's very clever. I wonder how they would do that. It would have to be red, right? Because all their double-decker buses are red. We're kind of focusing on this, so we're not missing anything. We're not missing any big airplanes coming and going. We've got a 737 arriving from Reno at the moment, which in a moment you'll see go by in the foreground. There it is. So, British Airways Flight will be parking itself at Terminal D. We'll slide in there momentarily. And I don't know if we'll be here for its return, or its return flight back to London. We'll just have to see how things go. Thought I heard myself talking. I think somebody else is streaming us. TriStar Darren says, Runway DFW 4K today, looking so good on big TV wall. Well, technically this is, we're sending the stream out in 4K, but we're only sending out a 1080p picture. So it should look pretty sharp, but it's not 4K. I don't mean to disabuse anybody of that. This is not 4K. It's just very high quality 1080p. So yes, it's not. What happened was, and I explained it earlier, I was doing a test stream as I was setting up, and I said, well, why don't I just, I've got a pretty good signal today, why don't I just send out a test stream in 4K and record it and see how it looks. And then when it came time to start my broadcast, my regular broadcast, I forgot to turn off, to dial it down. So our stream is going out in ultra high quality, but it's still 1080p as far as the pictures go. And Chara Kamal Pada says, so many American planes. Yes, this is American's #1 hub. It has several hubs, but this is the top hub and also the home base of American Airlines. Simon Hamburg says, hello all, greetings from Hamburg. Great to visit Dallas. And it's great to see all of you from all around the world here. Karen Monson says both video and audio quality are good, Walt. Thank you, Karen. We're getting a lot of new subscribers today, which is heartening. And I see our moderator Gerard is here. Hey Gerard, good to see you. David Sheffield checks in, says, hi Walt, hope you are well. I am good. It's a very pleasant day out here. 71 degrees on a late January day. What's to complain about? We have a momentary lull in the action here. Marco Hinton asked, did you see the diverted Turkish Airlines flight from Istanbul to Houston at DFW on Wednesday the 25th? I was not here on that evening, or that day, but I did hear about it, yes. Douglas says, no Lufthansa or Air France today. Boo-hoo, we always like to see those two participating in the comings and goings here at DFW, but we'll catch them on another day. Did I see Bill Platt? I saw Bill Platt. He has been lurking, but it's good to have you here, Mr. Platt. Let's see if we can get an arrival here. This is American Flight 1770 coming in from Fresno, California. 737-800. We welcome the Palmer Sears as our newest subscribers. Thank you, the Palmer Sears, if that's one person or more than one. We couldn't show you these before because there were too many people standing in the way. It's thinned out a little bit because the A380 has arrived. But there's a lineup of some of the UPS jets which are idle here today. Of course, you see in the foreground there an MD-11 of which I think there's at least one more which we can't see in our shot there. And it looks like maybe a 767 and a 757 poised for action, but not until next week. And it sounds like I've got bad batteries here. Were they not recharged? They were not recharged, I guess. That accounts for the beeping. Am I getting in the picture there? I am. Sorry about that. Let's see what we got here. So those aren't good. Let me see what I got in my stash. My battery stash. Let me turn down the scanner. And in case you're asking, we do still have the Runway DFW satellite truck. It was just a little too windy today to deploy it because its dishes would continually be blowing down. So you'll see the Runway DFW satellite truck again. Okay, so our scanner has been re-batteried. So I think we're good to go there for the duration. Sorry for that interruption. That sound you hear is my battery box being closed. Okay, what have we here? Some American Eagle action. Originating from one of my favorite airport codes, Yum. Yuma, Arizona. This is CRJ 700, American Eagle Flight 3067 from Yum. Matt C says downtown Dallas looking beautiful there. Well, it's a very clear. It turned out to be a very clear afternoon. Ron Noble says hi, Walt, and hello, mods. Good to see you all. Enjoying DFW action this afternoon. Westbrook saying hello to all our international viewers. John Lloyd is our newest subscriber, and I think this. You know, I may be wrong, but I think this is our biggest day of viewership so far here at Runway DFW, so thank you to you all. Hope you're enjoying what you see. And I should also say greetings to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation, standing guard to swat down any evildoers in the chat. We do have a 10-minute... you have to be a subscriber to chat, so if you want to chat, please subscribe. You have to wait 10 minutes after you subscribe to chat. That's just to keep the, anybody who might just want to pop in and just not behave well. But, so hopefully we don't impose too much of an issue on our mods. They seem to enjoy doing this, and I'm just so happy that they show up time after time and help you guys out. So thank you to all of our mods. John Shern says great stream as always, Walt. Thank you. Raina Taylor says, Walt, I need to see you and Kevin in March. I'll need to tell my parents about it. Well, you do that. We will be happy to see you here at DFW Founders Plaza. Okie doke. From Springfield, it's American Eagle Flight 3828 and Embraer 175. We're chilling here at DFW. That is American Eagle Flight 4955 off to Durango, I believe. Durango? No, Del Rio. Del Rio, Texas is where that one was going. Partly cloudy sky here this afternoon, although, as I said earlier, not quite as dreary as I was fearing that it might be. We did see a little sun this afternoon, kind of peeking out from behind the clouds. Got another Embraer 175 arriving. This one from, I say Moab? No, Mobile. Mobile, Alabama.
All right, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff. Go at 49.
Just over an hour and a half flight from
and then
that
RNAV to Laren.
destination. Flight 3388 it was. And that flight, of course, was an exclusive to Runway DFW. You don't see that flight on Big Jet TV. But I kid Big Jet TV. You see a lot of stuff on Big Jet TV you don't see on this channel. Gotta tell you that, but.
That's 18 left, 2701.
I believe Jerry's in, was it Toronto this week? As Barbara Kelly is joining us as our newest subscriber. Thank you, Barbara. This Spirit aircraft, an Airbus A321, is destined for the sun and fun capital of Nevada, Las Vegas.
After departure for takeoff, runway left, runway 2701.
And again, we have no information to impart to you as to the status of the Spirit Airlines and JetBlue merger. And you might ask, Walt, does JetBlue fly to DFW Airport? And yes, they do, actually.
Over to the parking guys.
We just don't. They fly to primarily eastbound destinations, and they almost exclusively land and take off over on the east side of the airport. So we rarely see a JetBlue aircraft right in front of us in this position. It may be that I've only seen one since I've been coming out here in late 2021 on a regular basis.
Run up and wait. 18 left is jet 773.
Of course, was another Embraer 175, that one coming in from, well, I don't know where that was coming from. Have to look that up. We do have a heavy jet getting ready to take off. That plane there, a Bombardier Challenger A350, well, not A350, 350 is headed to Fort Worth, so it's a NetJets plane, so it's not going very far.
190, 4000, clear for takeoff.
And I suspect it will not take very long to get in the air. What do you think? Might be in the air before it gets to Terminal D. Yep. That thing could take off from my driveway. So off to Fort Worth it goes, which will be all of a 10-minute flight, I guess. I'm assuming it means Fort Worth Meacham Field. So, yeah, there it goes. What you're seeing there is American Flight 70. It's going to Frankfurt, but it's going over to the other side of DFW Airport. On the east side for takeoff. Flight 2081 in the Airbus A321, just arriving from Sacramento, California. MPG 64 says, hello from Southern Illinois. Howdy back to you. Now, I must have missed this information. Fantasy Freak says JetBlue and Spirit announced Thursday they have reached an agreement on a merger that would create the 5th largest airline in the U.S. I thought that was old news that they've agreed on it. The question is where it stands as far as the approval process goes. Dave Wheeler says, I have a 40-minute layover. Hope it's long enough to catch my connection. Well, why are you are you typing this while you're racing down a corridor with your bag dragging behind you? I hope we're not keeping you from your connection, but Dave, I'm glad to see you here. Arya's World says hello, and hello to you. Michelle RS with the information, or with the comment that we have the best viewers, and I kind of go along with that. I know we share a lot of our viewers with some of the other great streams out there. So I'm glad that when they're not broadcasting that we can. I had thought about going on the air last night. I thought, oh, Kevin is going to be doing his thing from out at LAX on Airline Videos Live. So I thought, well, you know, if there was some reason for me to be out there, I would hang out. I would think about going on the air at the same time as he is. But I try not to. I try to make this something that would be to fill in the gaps, you know what I mean? Here is a plane arriving from Billings, Montana. It's another Embraer 175. It's American Eagle Flight 4095. And again, just to point out to all of y'all that our signal is being transmitted in 4K today, although this is not a 4K stream. It's kind of a test, kind of a stress test on our connection to see if we could actually do a 4K stream with. Now, the thing is, I got a 4K camera, and I've got a computer that's capable of ingesting it, but our switcher is only HD. So, and I also have to find an encoder which I could plug my camera in and send that signal in 4K to my computer. So we're capable of doing it. We're just short of one piece of equipment, but we'll see how it goes. Jay Bueno says, "Hi guys, from the great state of New Jersey, the Garden State, my childhood home. Glad to have you here." We now welcome from Santa Barbara, California, American Flight 1757, and Airbus A319 on Runway DFW. MPG 64 says 777 from London, about 10 minutes away. And Arya's World is joining us from West Frisco in Texas. Not too terribly far from here. Les Foot 94 says bonjour from Paris, France. Oh ho ho. This become the world capital of Embraer 175s? I think so. One of those kind of floating landings. It just kind of hovered over the pavement for, I don't know how many, 100 feet, 200 feet before gently touching down.
20 left, clear to take off, Barnett, Park, American 22.
That plane was coming from Manzanillo in Mexico after a 2-hour and 10-minute flight. We have another subscriber. Jan Pavlovska is our newest subscriber. A couple minutes ago was Pete Nordine. And we welcome Eric Bissinger, who subscribed about 10 minutes ago. Barbara Kelly, another new subscriber in the last 15 minutes, along with Matthew Cross and John Lloyd. So welcome all you guys and gals, and anybody else who I failed to mention. Mrs. Freddie Mercury says, "Good evening, everyone." Hello to you. Raina Taylor says, "Walt, I'm going to sign out, but it was good talking to you and the wonderful team here at Runway DFW. Take care, everyone, and I plan to see you and Kevin in March." And I think, is Rudy coming too? I think Rudy's coming too. And SB says, "Awesome picture today." Thank you, SB. Finally, not an Embraer 175. Nothing against the Embraer 175. One of the workhorses of the American Eagle fleet.
American 2277.
That was American Flight 2277 in Airbus A319. And that one came to us from Amarillo, Texas. The Lone Star State. All right, we've got another Embraer 175, which is going to be landing next here on the west side. Flight 3708 from, I believe it's Torreon in Mexico. There it is. The wind is getting a little gustier, it seems. Perhaps that has to do with the imminent sundown. Well, not imminent quite yet. Forgot to see what time the sun goes down today. I will check on that. Sun goes down at 5:56. So just a little over an hour from now. Here comes Volaris Flight 1892 from Guadalajara in Mexico. Los Capistran, I think is what the name of this aircraft is. You know, we were talking about Kevin of Airline Videos Live earlier, and the fact that he's now got a really cool 4K streaming setup, and I hope you all have taken a look at it, especially if you got a 4K TV set. I was thinking, why don't we start calling him put a 4, the number 4 before Kevin's name, so he'd be 4K Evan, 4 Kevin. No? I don't know. Mike G with an £8.99 super chat says, great stream, Walt. Thank you, Mike G. Mucho apreciado. Rollo says, Boig, maybe he means big. Shout out to you and the DFW family. New sub here. Always happy to have a new subscriber. Thank you. Our moderator Bill Platt says, everyone make sure to hit that like button. Let's push for hitting 500 viewers. We topped out at 481 so far. Not far off. Yeah, I believe that would be a new record for us. As we watch the arrival from Santa Ana, California of American Flight 2674. 737-800. We're about to get into that golden hour of sunlight as we welcome Abinash T as our newest subscriber. Where did our scanner go? Is that even on? Yeah, it's on. Okay. Just checking. I hear another aircraft coming, and it's got a One World livery on it. Coming from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. So it's our second One World livery of the day. The Finnair flight from Helsinki had one, and here's an American flight. And there's truck 9012 of the ground operations team here at DFW Airport, keeping an eye on things. I'm glad you guys have some nice weather. Oh, and I think we have an official date now for Kevin and Rudy to come on out to DFW Airport. Kevin says the week of March 27th, so we will all be circling that on our calendars. Very cool. And speaking of cool, I mean, you know, this plane is coming in from El Paso in Texas. And right behind it, we're going to get a plane from London, so... Okay, so we've got a triple on tap. 777, that is.
Takeoff line left on board 3496.
American Flight 81. Let me get it picked out of the sky here. It's just behind a pole now, but we'll see it here in a second. 777-200. Not that pole, but the airplane that's coming into view. 10 hours and 16 minutes it has been in the sky. And now it's coming to see us. It's American Flight 81. Bit fuzzy. Been to England twice now, and I've loved it both times. It's just a bunch of fun. Once in the summer when it's really hot, and once in the winter.
Departure C on board 3496.
I guess I prefer the summer, but I think the crowds are a little more manageable in the winter time for as far as tourists go.
I'm
anyway.
Laren, 18 right, clear for takeoff on board 3692. Sorry, 18 left, clear for takeoff on board 3692. Way down on our white, that's American 1207.
So Kevin, if you're still listening, based on our test this afternoon, it looks like you would have clear sailing for streaming in 4K, at least on T-Mobile. I don't think we've had any reports of glitches along the way.
3692.
Even though we're not technically sending out a 4K picture, we are sending out that much data. So it's probably the clearest 1080p stream we've had here. Virtual United Pilot says, came here to spy on the competition. I don't think, if you're talking about, Kevin of Airline Videos Live, he's not spying on the competition. We're not his competition, we're his pals. Lucy Romero with a very generous $9.99 super chat. Walt Kevin likes your for Kevin idea. I was thinking about that on the way in. 4K, for Kevin. Yeah, makes sense. So there's an American flight to Tucson, that Airbus A321. It's flight 1207. We're going to turn around and look at American flight 777. Now see, this is one of those things I have to wonder about. Why do they name a flight 777 when it's operated by an Airbus A321? This doesn't make any sense. It's confusing. Yeah, I'm on flight 777. Oh, you're on a 777? No. It's flight 777. It's an Airbus A321.
RNAV layering, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1956.
They say American flight 1956? No, 1966.
Switching departure, filter 7.
You're going to see it go through your screen there. It's going to San Antonio, Texas. Just down Interstate 35 from here.
18 left, American 2564. Alright, left turn onto Whiskey Fox, American 972.
What was that plane there? I'm going to go back and see it. There was a plane with some blue livery which didn't look familiar to me. Let's go back and take a look.
MD Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2564.
Oh, it's a Spirit Airlines with their, what they call what's known as the birthday cake livery.
Minus 18 left, American 1691.
Aviation Film says, hey Runway DFW, I've been a subscriber on your channel since 2 months ago. You and Airline Videos are my all-time favorite aviation YouTubers. Well, that is very good company to be in. So thank you for that very kind comment.
2564.
Kevin is an innovator in this space, and I was inspired to do this because of him. I think it was him and Jerry of Big Jet TV who really kind of spoke to me as far as that
Line up and
goes.
wait, 18 left, American 972.
So we've been coming out here since late 2021. But because I still have my regular 9 to 5 job, which I know Kevin did when he first started up his YouTube channel, I don't have quite the time available to do it as often as he does. And I know that I don't have the stamina to do it as long as he does. I'm talking about Kevin and his marathon broadcasts. American Eagle 3482 coming in from Bismarck in the Dakotas.
American 972, RNAV to B car, clear for takeoff, 18 left. American 972.
I can never remember if Bismarck is North Dakota or South Dakota. I want to say North Dakota. Plane Spotting with Keith says, I bought a Panasonic camcorder like the one Kevin uses for his streams and love it so far. Yeah, they're very, camcorders are really ideal for this kind of thing because they tend to have very long zooms, and that makes them very handy. And they're also small. The zooms are power zooms. Looking at a plane coming in over on the east side of the airport as we get that nice sunset lighting. Stuart Ramsey is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Stuart. We're very close to 500 viewers right now.
Over departure today, American 972.
Tell all your friends about Runway DFW, coming to you live from here at DFW Founders Plaza, and there it is. You can see all the cars parked here. I'm kind of lucky I found a parking space. There is the sun as it settles in the western sky. The DFW airport beacon beckoning planes to this mighty airport. And another new subscriber to our midst, John About Everything. Blue Stream Illinois Prairie says, hi, I'm late, but it's great to see some sunshine. Thanks, Walt. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I didn't think we were going to have any sunshine today by the way it looked when I left home, but brightened up quite considerably. We say hello to Aviation Emily, who says, hello, everyone. And Iran Arai says, come to Dallas someday. And I hope you will.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2554.
And I think you're about to see that birthday cake livery, the old livery of the Spirit Airlines plane. Oh no, what is that? That's not what, that's, hold on, that says Surf City, what is that? Hang on. Surf City El Salvador. I think I saw that once on AVL. Sorry I couldn't give you a better look at that. I guess is that an Avianca plane based on the color of the engine nacelles?
Line up between Scout 3072.
Yes, that was Avianca Flight 441 off to San Salvador. Well, chalk up another livery I hadn't seen today. What was the one we saw earlier?
How long are you out here?
Who knows? Angela wants to know how long we'll be out here. Had you ever seen that Surf City?
No, I actually got it coming in and landed on 17th Center.
Oh.
I was hoping it was gonna.
Departure American 2554.
That was Angela I was talking to. Angela, one of our subscribers and a fellow plane spotter out here. That wind is relentless.
Right heading 190.
Beve says, I really like that Surf City livery. I do too. I wish I had gotten a better look at it. I thought I saw it. Maybe we'll try to catch it taking off from the east side. We won't get a very good, clear picture of it, but maybe we'll get some sense of what it looks like. Our great moderator, Ms. Wolf 13, says, Runway DFW, good night, Walt, and the Moderation Federation. See you next time. Thank you, Ms. Wolf 13. Always appreciate your participation. And there was a message from Kevin I thought I saw here. Runway DFW advertising surfing on that livery. That kind of makes me want to surf. My
departure Scout 3072.
Charlie says, oh, and there's that birthday cake Spirit livery. Charlie says, so I say, sitting, chilling here in the living room with my whole family, enjoying the planes. Super to have you with us. So we can give you a close-up look at this. Very colorful. A livery that's another one of those liveries that's not long for the world, assuming that the Spirit and JetBlue merger goes through. They never bothered to paint this plane yellow, and it's at this point I don't think it's ever going to be yellow, unless that's going to be the new color of JetBlue, which wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. Okay, so it looks like that lost my train of thought. That Avianca plane is about ready to getting ready to take off. So let me point our camera in the general vicinity of where that will launch into the sky. We'll see if we can pick it up as it heads back to San Salvador. Why not? Who's going to stop us? Skysetter Designs is a new subscriber. Thank you, Skysetter Designs. I'm looking at flight radar, seeing when the flight to San Salvador is going to take off.
Have a great day.
We're listening to the tower here on the west side, so I don't hear any instructions to the planes over there in the east. So we're going to try to pick out the Surf City livery for y'all. You know, when I say y'all, I mean you all.
RNAV, to be parked, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2009. Line over 18 left, top Hawaii 3478. Departure American 1948.
So if you've just joined us, you're watching Runway DFW. It's 5:08 local time. The Surf City plane is now rolling down runway 17 right. So we're just going to see if we can find that as it lifts off.
Line 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3478, thanks. Away, 18 left, American 969.
Damn it.
Have a good night, American 2009.
Oh, there, kind of a distant glimpse of that livery. I kind of had a hard time tracking it, so my apologies for that. Maybe we'll see you again sometime, Surf City El Salvador.
RNAV to be parked, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 969.
And now arriving from Kansas City is this American Eagle CRJ 900.
Underway, 18 left, American 2203. Or departure, runway 3478. RNAV, Larry, service takeoff, 18 left, American 2203. Good 969, good day.
Some children frolicking here on the hill. Bye. Good seeing you. Mank Red says, thanks for a great stream. You're welcome. Kevin says, maybe we will see it in LA tomorrow, Runway DFW, that Surf City livery. So there you go. There's a promo for Kevin's big Sunday show on Airline Videos Live, starting at, I believe, 7 a.m. Pacific time. He'll correct us if that's not the case, but I believe that's the traditional start time for the extravaganza.
RNAV B park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, United 2655.
So that plane was going to Mexico City, and there goes United A319.
Departure American 2236.
With its newer livery with a big United word emblazoned on the side.
RNAV to Larry, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1483.
I think we had a baby head in the way there, but it's off to Denver.
Buck 18 right, hold short, 18 left.
I think you may have seen pass through. We've got a triple
Departure good day, United 2655.
headed out of the hangar. It's going off to the terminal area. Virtual United pilot wants to know, is there a live stream from
Recognize 783, heavy class 18 left, Yankee, ground 65 on top of Yankee.
Houston Intercontinental Airport, is that right? Anyway, not that I know of.
Crossing runway 18 left at 0, hold short of runway 18 right.
Washington Plain Ball says DFW is so large in size it would take you 10 to 15 minutes to walk to the terminal from where you are standing. I think it would take a lot longer from where I am standing because there's a lot you'd have to circumnavigate to get to a terminal. Plus there's no sidewalk, so that kind of would make things interesting as well. But yes, it is a big airport. And there's a Contour Airlines plane.
Right, left line of plate on right 33.
Another plane with blue livery.
Departure American 1483.
Can zero in on that here. Just a little bitty plane. An Embraer 145. That one's going to Greenville. And I'm assuming that's North Carolina? I don't know. That's the skyline of Dallas in the background, and planes going across the bridge. It's the East Tower. Well, that plane's not going across the bridge. That's getting ready to take off on runway 18 left. We do have another big jet, which is looks like it's headed over to the bridge. Well, that may be the jet we saw earlier. I think that's the 777. It's going to Miami. A very clear picture today, looking out that far, with the East Tower in the background and the Dallas skyline beyond that. Brian wants to know, are you staying for night plane spotting? Let me check my battery levels. Batteries look good. So, I think...
Departure envoy 3363.
Well, we'll just see how things go. Or did I just... So I try not to do those violent movements of the camera, but I thought I was on camera 2 and I was on camera 1. All right. That was American Flight 2596 from Jackson. Jackson, Mississippi. A-Bomb says, I've only been to DFW once. I came in on a Delta Mad Dog from Atlanta in 2017. And by Mad Dog, I believe he's referring to an MD-80 twin jet. Arriving now from Ontario. In California is American Flight 952.
American 2292, we are ready. 18 left, RNAV park, clear forward, takeoff, American 2292.
Someone was asking earlier if we have any cargo today, and we do typically have some. In fact, we had a China Airlines Cargo 747 come in just before we went live, and I'm trying to, oh, here it is. Okay, hold on. This is a replay of it. Now, this is not live, this is a replay. This happened just before we went on the air, so I thought I'd bring that to you, and we had a little lull here. There's no sound being fed from the camera. This is being played back by the camera, but anyway, I thought I'd pop that on there while I can. I believe we'll be seeing at least one or two Queens of the Skies later in this broadcast. So again, that is pre-recorded, and now we go back to live action here at DFW. From Rapid City, it's American Eagle Flight 3411.
Contact departure, good night, American 2292.
It's an Embraer 175.
American weight 18 left, American 1175.
As that sun heads into the western sky, it begins to get a little chilly here. Wellington Flights Live is here, and I have been watching your stuff for the last few weeks, Wellington Flights Live. So happy to have you join. He says hi, and especially want to say a big hi to Walt. I checked out previous streams, and I think I'm a bit of a fan of your channel now. First time live, and I like your communication style. Thank you so much. You've got such a great vantage point at the Wellington airport there.
Have to be parked, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
Very happy to watch your streams. Hope you'll all check him out. So much great stuff to see here on YouTube. And then there's us too. That Wellington airport, he's on kind of a raised area overlooking the runway, and there's water on one side and there's water on the other side, and it's great terrain. It's just such an interesting place to watch planes from. I see Kevin's still in the chat room, hanging out with all his fans. And Kevin, just so you know, I'm almost always working when you're broadcasting, so I don't pop in on the chat all that often, but I am a first-class lurker in the Runway Videos live chat room. Did I even tell you what that plane was? Don't think I did. That was American Flight 672 from McAllen, Texas. A Boeing 787-800. Next arrival is coming in from Oklahoma City. Oklahoma being the northern neighbor of Texas. It's going to be an Airbus A321. And let's take a look. There it is. Plane Dude is our newest subscriber. Hey there, Plane Dude. Happy to have you with us. Ari's World wants to know, what time are we ending? We do not know yet. We kind of play that by ear. We try to hang out for the departure of the A380, usually. I haven't checked to see when it's leaving tonight, so we'll check that out. This is American Flight 2609. Where is it coming from, you ask? And the answer is Gunnison, Colorado. Gunnison, Colorado, yeah. SK Airplanes says, bye everyone, need to leave. I'm glad you could stop by SK Airplanes. He's got a live stream out at LAX. So if you like to watch airplanes, there's just a wealth of things to watch here on YouTube for you all. You just saw a 777 go by. That's American Flight 80, which is off to London Heathrow Airport. So we'll take a look at that as it turns to get its departure going. And except for UPS planes, which come in just a few hundred feet away from us, this is about as close as we get to active aircraft here. There's a 777-200 on its way to London town. It is a 19-year-old aircraft.
B Park, set for takeoff 18 left American, 80 heavy. Roger, Air Shuttle 5732.
Gerard says the A380 is estimated to be departing at 7:22, which is about 2 hours from now. Will I make it that long? I guess we'll find out. Stay tuned. Was an Airbus A321 arriving from San Antonio. You just saw it go through your monitor, your smartphone, your tablet, your TV screen, your computer screen. There's the One World Finnair flight that we saw earlier. The other special livery of the day I don't think I had seen before. Let us see if we can draw a bead on that for your viewing pleasure.
American 80 heavy.
Here's Connor, Air 767, 10-7 wanting break,
DFW, Land of Americans, says Michael Namikos. But as you can see, we also have Finnair. I would like to thank Craig Russell for a nice $1 super chat. Thank you, Craig. And I see Kevin in our chat talking about how nice it's going to be to have Rudy back tomorrow on his stream from LAX. It's American Flight 1321 arriving from Albuquerque, New Mexico on that A321. So the next question will be whether we get to see the Finnair One World livery take off from this side of the airport or the other. Generally speaking, when I've been here, it often arrives on this side, but it takes off from the east side. So we'll see what happens. American Flight coming in from Seattle, Flight 2787. do believe we're going to see it take off over here on 118 left. An A350-900 is this aircraft.
Copy that, Yankee crossing 18 left, 18 right. Start on top, 324. And on the Pablo, it's on my 18 left, 50 right.
GE with a $2 super chat. A great stream as always. Groundhog Day, February 2nd. Okay. It's framed itself almost perfectly in our locked down camera too, isn't it nice? I appreciate that, Finnair. Cali Plains wants to know, Runway DFW, what time is sunset here? I believe it's about 15 or 20 minutes from now. The sun is behind clouds for the most part. We're just kind of getting a glow out of the sky this afternoon instead of the direct sunlight.
Runway 18.
Red Eye wants to know, how can such a simple livery look so great? Yeah, I like that too, and I like the its primary livery even better, where it just says Finnair on the side. It's good to see the One World variant. See the backwards F on the tail, looking at it from this side of the plane. I'm kind of a fan of the simple livery. This one, the Japan Airlines livery, I like that too. And off to Helsinki it goes. We're up over 500 viewers, so thank you to all of you. If we keep getting this many viewers, I might just have to stay. There's a 777 coming over the bridge. doesn't indicate its destination or flight number, so all I can tell you is that it's a 22-year-old plane dating back to the turn of the century. Now, when I was little, when people said turn of the century, it sounded like a long time ago, because of course they were referring to the year 1900 at that time. This is American Flight 2798 from San Francisco and Airbus A321neo.
Wait, left line of flight on 3497.
If you're new to our channel, we are coming to you live from, assuming that you're watching live. Of course, you could be watching this on replay, but if you're watching on January, what is it, 28th? I think that's right. Yes. We are at DFW Founders Plaza. Let's kind of shove our camera over here and take a look. There it is, garbage can in the foreground. People milling about, cars parked, watching planes taking off and landing. And so we hang out here on a regular basis.
Wait, left, lift, take off, line on 3597.
Usually twice a week, but not always. This week was one of those exceptions where we haven't been on the air for a whole week. It seems like a year, really. Ma is the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Welcome. Jane Lilo says there's a Boeing 747 landing at 6 p.m. and that's 20 minutes away, so we have to stay for that, right? Don't we? I think so. I think it's a requirement. I think we are legally bound to stay for that. That Embraer 175 landing from Missoula, Montana. And you're about to see a 777 enter your screen from the left. It's headed over to the DFW, I'm sorry, to the American Airlines what you call it? Hangar. Yeah, it's a hangar.
We just need a few more minutes just for some systems entry. And we're actually in a minute too, we're still securing the cabin. Short when it left, we'll code 3403.
Wellington Flights Live says, just to confuse things, I'm watching this live on the 29th of January. Well, yeah, my son lives in Seoul, in Korea, and so I'm always asking him for stock market tips, since I'm talking to him tomorrow. He's in the future, so if he could just give me a little, you know, a little tip on what the stock market will be doing the next day, then I could get rich. I could just hang out here all the time and bring you airplanes. Well, before anything else does get here, I think we're about to have one of our occasional breaks in the action, as far as I go, because I've got to go to my car and get my hoodie so that I can stay warm while the evening descends upon us. So, let me switch over to our collection of interlude music.
We're ready to go.
And you watch these planes kind of coming and going, and I'll be right back, okay?
18 left, line up and wait, envoy 3403. RNAV V Park, cleared to take off, 18 left, envoy 3403. Departure, have a good day, 3403.
Have you had enough of this confounded music? Sorry for that extended delay. I wish you had been able to see me. Well, maybe not, because I was having a devil of a time getting my hoodie on. I couldn't find the armholes or something. It was just crazy. But anyway, here I am. Now, can I see it? Give you a celestial glimpse here
will be ready after,
of the moon, which is right over, almost directly over our heads. I'm going to say that's a half moon. What do you say? Be nice if a plane flew in front of it. Wouldn't that be cool? But not from this perspective, I don't think. Although there was a big contrail in the sky somewhere over there. There it is.
RNAV Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1405.
I think it kind of just tails off, though. I don't think
wait, 18 left, American 711.
Whatever plane made it. I'm going to flip around here because there's like dual contrails in the sky over here. Try and twist myself around a second. Is my camera not wide enough to see those? guess that's as wide as it gets. So there's one over there and one over there. Now I've got to make sure I don't twist my camera into all the cables and knots here. Well, there you go. Contrail action at Runway DFW. Pete Barry is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Pete. Pleasure to have you with us. So I think I twisted my camera the wrong way.
Runway 18 left, that was 3181.
Oh my goodness.
Large bearing 1405, Billy.
Well, I've just made a mess out of this. Stand by. There are many cables attached to our primary camera here. And when you spin the tripod around, sometimes it kind of mucks things up. All right, we've got Spirit Airlines Flight 471. We're back to the aircraft here. It's an Airbus A320 arriving from Los Angeles. It's getting dark quickly here. May almost be time to switch out to our camera 5, which gives us better pictures in the dark.
RNAV to Laren, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
AJ Foreman is a new subscriber. Thank you, AJ. Jane Lilo says, when you got to Founders Plaza today, did you see a China Airlines cargo Boeing 747? Yes, I did. In fact, we did, not too long ago, we did play it back. Because I recorded, it was before we were on the air. And we say hello to Burbix, a new subscriber. Thank you, Burbix. Douglas is saying, oh, Ken Block is a new subscriber. Thank you, Ken. Saying the contrails are from a United flight from Cancun to Denver, and a United flight from Minneapolis, St. Paul to Houston Intercontinental. And what have we here? It's an American Heritage livery for US Air. Haven't seen this one in a while. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. I said, what the heck is that? But yes, I do recall having seen that, but it's been a while. So that came in from Denver. Sorry about that. US Airways Heritage livery on that Airbus A321. Our picture's starting to get a little fuzzy. Maybe time to switch over to the big fat lens of our camera 5. Another new subscriber, Ward Nelson. Hello, Ward. Happy to have you with us. So what I'm going to do now, switch over to camera 2, open up my big yellow box. It's the same color as a Spirit Airlines livery, but inside of it is our camera 5. Take me a minute or two to switch it over. Look, I get another cable out of my box here. So what this will do is it will let us see in the dark. Not exactly total darkness, but it'll give us a lot better picture than this camera will. This camera that we're looking at right now, well, not that one, but this one, we don't want to use that as our primary camera at night. So I'm going to turn this one off and switch over, so hang on a second. Well, I mean, you'll still be able to see pictures. whilst we perform this operation.
RNAV Blair, clear for takeoff, 28 left, American, 2100.
I don't have a crazy,
5.18 left.
not crazy, but I don't have a cool animation to go along with our switchover like Kevin does for Nighthawk. Just bear with us. I still don't have the I don't have this routine down quite yet. Okay, so off goes camera one. So that's half the job.
Unhappy Park, 18 left, clear takeoff, Delta 1665. One way, 18 left, American 2103. Departure, good day, American 2100.
Camera 5 has now been hatched.
Left, on left, auto to LR, American 2103.
And it always helps when you take off the lens
Departure,
cover.
685, good day. Departure load up to 1665, 1.5, climbing via the SID.
Okay, so there's camera 5. Doesn't look too much different at this point, but it will as the evening goes by. Let's see here. It takes a little getting used to. It's a little different operation. Okay, so camera 5 is on the air.
Departure 2103.
Derek Mudd says, aren't they putting a casino hotel at Founders? Now, I saw this postulated in a Facebook post, I think. Somebody saying, oh, they're doing this construction next to Founders Plaza, and you can kind of see it there. They're doing some construction. I don't know what they're doing. And then they're saying they're going to put a hotel in there, a casino. And, well, for one thing, there is no casino gambling in Texas. So that's not accurate.
I'm to land, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, Boy 36.
And also, they wouldn't build anything up adjacent to Founders Plaza mean, it's just too close to the flight path. So I'm not real clear on what that's all about.
Air Tower, Country Flight 505, hold short 36, 18 left when you have room for us, so ready to go. Good, thanks. FB Park cleared to take off, 18 left, Air Shuttle 5818.
And our Wellington Flights Live is talking to Kevin at Airline Videos Live and complimenting him on his innovation in streaming 4K. And we tip our hats as well. Artemis says, every time I fly out of DFW, it's different. This time, I swear, to get from terminal to terminal took longer than usual, so not sure what they all did during the COVID years when I wasn't traveling. Well, I don't know that they've changed anything as far as maneuvering from terminal to terminal here at DFW. They have the bi-directional trains that are in place. Tripod level. And there is Powder the polar bear on that Frontier Airlines flight, which is headed, as we all know, off to Denver. Airbus A321.
505.
As you can probably hear, the wind is still whipping about here at Founders Plaza. I think I'm going to turn our camera 2 over to be our official A380 camera. Keep an eye on Speedbird, which is, well, we probably won't be seeing that go out for another hour or so. Here comes a flight from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm going to say that's an Airbus A319. What do you say? And even though this is a physically much larger lens than our camcorder is, it doesn't zoom in quite as far. It's paradoxical. We have a flight coming in from Miami, American 504. And this will be a Dreamliner. 787-9. We don't often get Miami flights over on this side of the airport. They usually come in on the east side, so.
On FB Park 18 left clear takeoff, American 303.
Wind is really picking up here. Derek Mudd says, that thing goes from DFW to London non-stop. How does it not make a fuel stop? Wasn't somebody in the chat earlier today saying, I hadn't seen this story, that an A380 made a round-the-world non-stop trip from Dubai to Dubai?
Good day, American 303.
If I heard that right. Or was it Doha to Doha? I can't remember if it was Emirates or Qatar Airways A380. Well, that would have been something to see. Check that tripod. It looks crooked to me. We'd like to give a big thanks to Mr. Brian Henry for a $5 super chat. Walters for a cup of coffee or beverage of your choice for still streaming. Thank you, Brian. Yes, we are still streaming, and I think, see, our battery levels all look real good. So, I think we are just going to continue on until the that big speed bird sets off. What do you say? Alaska Airlines arriving from Seattle on that 737-900. If you will. I've got to go to the car and get a cable. I have like every cable in the world here, but the one I need right now is in the car to plug in this camera so it doesn't run out of battery power. So hang on a sec. We're going to do another one of our famous musical interludes here on Runway DFW, so stand by.
20 left, line up, wait, man, 10, 15, 78.
All your favorites.
And before 20 left, let's take American 1578. Okay, 1 left,
Disco time. More fun.
Well, are we having fun? Of course we're having fun. You're listening to you're watching Runway DFW. We are here at DFW International Airport. My name is Walt. Thank you for your patience there, as I got a little bit of power to our camera so it doesn't run out. I don't know, my camera still looks like it's not balanced the right way. I was going by these cameras have a bubble level.
Today airshow 5875.
So I'm just trying to make sure that everything is on a square level here. So I know that's kind of a boring shot there. Let's look to the northern sky here, and you may be able to see just the number of planes that are headed towards us. The first of which they're kind of going into the right corner of your screen is American Eagle Flight 3234, operated by SkyWest. Is arriving from Aspen, Colorado. Charles D says, good to see you enjoying some action with Runway DFW. Oh, he's talking to Airline Videos Live. Well, we're always happy to have Kevin in the house. He's got to get up early tomorrow. He can't stay up too late tonight. This is American Flight 1208. It is arriving from Burbank, California. 737-800. Austin Morgenstern says, what a large airport. Happy to be here. Thank you, Austin. We did show earlier in the broadcast our kind of overview map of DFW, and there it is, and we are where that blue Runway DFW logo is at DFW Founders Plaza. That's where we are. And so here we see all the terminals and runways with legends on them, and so we are overlooking runways 18 right and 18 left. So we get to see clearly 2 out of the 7 runways here. The next arrival is from Eagle, Colorado, American Flight 1870 aboard a Airbus A319. That curtain of red outlined towers back there is Cedar Hill, Texas, where most of the local broadcasters have their TV transmission towers, and those towers are 24 miles from where we are right here. So the telephoto lens kind of gives it a makes it look as though they're a lot closer than they are. Ray B says, I never knew DFW had that many runways. The air traffic control job would not be fun there. Well, they do have here, and I believe it's the only airport in the US, maybe even in the world, that has 2 active towers at the same time. So they have 2 towers that are staffed at all times, and I've been up in both of them thanks to my friend Ian Billington, who is one of the supervisors. He invited me up to the East Tower first, and I got to hang out there for a couple hours. Then I got to hang out in the West Tower for a couple of hours a month or 2 later. And I thank the graciousness of Mr. Billington for the invitation. Regrettably, I was not able to operate a camera up there, although on my trip to the West Tower, they did let me go out on the parapet just outside the control room. So I was actually standing outside me see if I can bring you a picture of that. As we say thank you to Kevin S., who is our newest subscriber. So anyway, there is the west tower, and you can see on the top the kind of glassed in area where the operators are. And just outside of that is a little area that goes around, you know, where you can walk around outside. So I got to do a little filming with my smartphone there when I was up there, and what a fantastic view. And I think, isn't it Sid Squat that has been able to get up in the control tower there at the Sydney airport and do some streams? It was pretty cool. Was another super chat from Kevin at Airline Video, says, with $10, says, have an awesome night, Walt. See you later, partner. Thank you, Kevin. All the best to you. Good luck on your stream tomorrow. I don't think you need any luck, but hope everybody will be watching Airline Videos live tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. Is that right? Yeah, 7 a.m. Pacific time. Jane Lilo says Cargolux isn't far now. So good, we will have ourselves a nice 747, and we'll cap that off with a nightcap of an A380, which you see sitting there, the big Speedbird, which we will bring you when it takes off in about, I've lost track of all time, about 40 minutes from now. I didn't push the right button, did I? There we go. Here I am following this plane in on a landing, and I'm saying, why am I not seeing it on my monitor here? Oh, I didn't push the right button. And there's the official good night from Kevin. Kevin was here for quite a while. And Fantasy Freak saying 7 a.m. Pacific, 9 Central, so I had it right, is the time for the big Sunday spectacular over there on Airline Videos Live. Getting another gust of wind now. My folding chair is kind of scooting away from, even though I've folded it up and put it on the ground, it's kind of scooting away from me. Gonna put up the old hood on the hoodie as we await our next arrival. Thomas Horsfield is another new subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Thomas. And yeah, so we're keeping an eye on the big A380 there. And I just pushed the wrong button again. This looks to be a United plane, does it not? That was a United Flight 1150 coming in from San Francisco, nearby A319. For your viewing pleasure. Ross says, I bet it's chilly there now. Well, let me take a look here. It's 63 degrees, which is really not, you know, it's a fine temperature for late January. The only moderating factor, of course, is the wind. Travel the Caribbean 2009. Are we going to have your night camera tonight? Well, we've been using it. Now, this is not it, the one you're looking at there. I will point our night camera at something which gives you kind of the view of Dallas. So the big green building there, just to the right of the East Tower, is in downtown Dallas. As we zoom out for the arrival of a flight from Bakersfield, California. So this is camera 5. It's our nighttime camera. It's a Sony A7S II. There is a newer model, but that was not in the Runway DFW budget, so we got ourselves a nice pre-owned one, and it seems to be working out pretty well. Artemis says, are there any flights from MLU coming in or taking off? MLU, I think, is, what is that? Monroe Regional Airport in Louisiana. I don't think I've seen an MLU flight come or go. Not to say that we don't have them here. And John Southwell for our international audience, because the US is the only place that uses Fahrenheit. It's 62 here, it's 17 Celsius for the rest of the world. And Mrs. Freddie Mercury says, your nighttime camera is amazing, love the airport lights. Yeah, we do like this camera for nighttime use. And again, that's one of those innovations that that Kevin started over at Airlines Videos Live. And but I was reluctant to get something like that until I saw his camera here. He brought it here in October when he visited for 3 days. And I wasn't convinced that there would be enough light here, because where I'm standing is pretty dark, generally speaking. It doesn't throw a lot of light out at the airport, and we don't get to see as much terminal lights as you do from the H Hotel or from Clutter's Park. So, but I was convinced after I saw Kevin light up the Nighthawk here at this location. So thanks to your contributions to our channel, I've been able to acquire this technology. Meanwhile, we still have our other camera there, which you can see the difference between that. That's kind of just a generic, well, not generic, it's a Panasonic camera, but it's a kind of a basic consumer level camera. So I'll give you an A-B comparison here. Daniel, who is also an airport streamer, he says the night camera stream doesn't seem to be fluent. It is framing. Is it just for me, or is this an issue? Well, I don't see any. I mean, this could be a mismatch between what we're sending out and what we're transmitting. We do technically have a 4K stream tonight, Daniel, because I'm testing to see if our bandwidth can hold up, but we're sending only an HD stream into our software. So I don't know, maybe there's a problem there. I haven't seen anybody else complaining about it, but I hope anybody who sees a problem will let me know, because this is kind of an experiment. Jane Lilo says the 747 cargo is 11 minutes away. And Chuck, who's out here quite a bit, says you can hardly see the planes without the night camera. So it does give us a lot more flexibility here in the evening hours. We can stay at times we otherwise would have had to pack up. Here comes American Flight 412 from Las Vegas, an Airbus A321, the next to arrive on Runway DFW. So just to kind of emphasize what Chuck was saying, you know, I looked away from the viewfinder to look at that plane as it was coming past us, and I could see the silhouette of the plane, but I couldn't read where it said American on the side of it, but I could clearly see that in my viewfinder. So this camera sees in the dark. Matt C says the picture sound is great, so I guess we'll keep going. Denise Steeden says hello everyone. Ross says taking dog for a ride or run. Thank you, Michelle Perez, for the fun. Good to see you, of course, and thanks, Walt, always for the fun stream from DFW. Take care, everyone, and good night. Good night to you, Ross. Craig says the Cargolux from Mexico City, now 6 minutes out. And Artemis says, hey, Walt, can you spot the Omni Hotel in downtown Dallas from where you are? They always light it up. Yes, that's the, it's kind of a landmark in downtown Dallas. It's got a tower with a ball on top of it where you can actually go up to the restaurant and eat or sightsee. And it's all lit up with different... When I first got to Dallas, when that tower was brand new, Reunion Tower is what they call it, it was lit up with just kind of incandescent lighting, kind of yellowish bulbs, and since then they've re-bulbed it with LEDs, and so it can be any color or pattern that they choose. But the question is, can you see it from here? And I don't know if we have a direct view of it from here. I think I would have noted it before. Someday we'll have two cameras that can this kind of a view, or not this kind, but I was going to go back to the skyline of Dallas. So there you see that that's the East Control Tower there, the tallest building there. And thank you, Michael Shockey, for being our newest subscriber. To the right of that to the right of the control tower is that greenish tower that's outlined and it looks like neon or argon. That is the Bank of America building. That's the tallest building in Dallas. And I think behind, to the right there, would be where the Reunion Tower would be. It would not be as tall as that green tower. So I think we don't get to see that. I think we just saw a plane landing. That plane you saw going through the screen there was landing on runway 18 left instead of 18 right. 18 left, generally where the planes take off here. So I don't know what's behind that. I mean, that happens occasionally. I'm assuming that wasn't an incorrect landing. Teresa wants to know how long we've been live. It looks like 4 hours and 4 minutes and 44 seconds so far. And we are now waiting for that big speedbird there on the left of your screen, the A380, to pull out. And we are hoping not very long from now to see a big old 747 coming in from Mexico City. This is Spirit Flight 208 arriving from Las Vegas, an Airbus A320neo.
Power clip, take off 18 left, American 1431.
18 left, line up and wait, American 1771.
Bird has a question that I think some people would wonder. Does YouTube pay live streams or just donations and merch? Well, if you reach a certain threshold, you can, and you choose to have advertising on your stream, which I do, then yes, YouTube sends you a check every month to share in its advertising revenue. And that, of course, is in addition to any donations that you may accrue, or any merchandise you may sell, or any memberships you may have. Now, we don't have memberships yet here on Runway DFW. It's something I'm working on, but look for that in the next few months. That's
18 left, envoy 3331.
That's a great way to support a channel that you appreciate and like. And it's kind of automatic, so you know you can choose every month to send $1 or $1.99 or whatever it is. So yeah, we're going to be working on that. Abinash T says 747 is next. And indeed it is. A Cargolux from Mexico City. So let's take a look at that big old bird. Be our first live 747 of the day. We did see a China Airlines cargo jet come in just before we went on the air, and we played it back.
One 8 left, clear for takeoff. I have to be power convoy 3331.
1 8 left, 9 point on 37.
My philosophy is always, any stream is a better stream when you're able to include a 747 in it. All hail the Queen. So we got that one under our belts.
3231.
You saw the Queen going by the King there as it was landing. Did our camera, I think our King camera just got a little nudged over. Unless it's being pushed back. Is it being pushed back? No, I don't think so yet. So there's King, there's Queen, kind of at a little distance. That's as far in as that lens can zoom.
RNAV B Park, clear for takeoff 18 left, convoy 3509.
1 8 left, line up for convoy 36. Valerian, 1 8 left, clear for takeoff 36.9.
That was American Flight 2023 arriving from San Francisco, Airbus A321. So we keep an eye on the King.
Departure on way 3509.
Alrighty, let's we still see the, I think we can get another glimpse of Queen Cargolux as it approaches. And as it turns,
Line up away, 1 8 left for American 2708. Flight us over to departure 3698. Yeah, we're going to.
I think we got us a Frontier aircraft here. The tail is so bright I can't even see what's on it. Kind of aquatic creature, I believe. I mean, if you're filming here at night, you always appreciate when as many lights as the pilot can turn on the aircraft to light it up at night. That Frontier flight was coming to us from Ontario, California, with Shelly the sea turtle on the tail. Let's see what the time check is. 6:44. So within the next 15 minutes or so, we should see the big bird push back there. Now, if you have just joined us and you're a little confused, well, first of all, I should say this is DFW International Airport after dark. My name is Walt. This is Runway DFW. Thank you for watching. We'll be here probably for another 20 minutes or so until this big guy takes to the skies. Ian 777 wants us to know that Turkish Airlines Dreamliner from Istanbul is expected to arrive at 7:12. So maybe we'll hang out for that. The next airplane to come on down is American Flight 1673 from Monterrey in Mexico.
Yeah. On to B Park 18 left through takeoff on way 38.
And Happy Gamer Kid wants to know, is that an A380? Question mark? Exclamation point? Etc. Yes, that is. And Happy Gamer Kid, we will be here for its departure, assuming that it's going to depart close to its scheduled time. Now arriving from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico.
Runway 3887 over departure seat.
I told you part of the story there. That was a 737-800 American Flight 1288 from Puerto Vallarta. Next up from Huatulco, Mexico. I think I pronounced that right. After 2 hours and 37 minutes in the air is American Eagle Flight 3891. This would be an Embraer 175er. If we widen out a bit, you can see another aircraft that's coming in on the right of your screen. Well, now it's kind of underneath this one. That one's coming in on the east side of DFW Airport. East Texas Aviation says, looking forward to that A380. And Legardo 77 says, I love seeing planes at night. Sometimes it scares me a little, XD. And Patrick is updating the estimated departure time of the British Airways Speedbird. It's 7:22. That's a little later than I think we had it down originally. So that's another half hour from now, which I guess means we'll get to see the Turkish Airlines Dreamliner arriving. Assuming that all batteries hold out here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're doing good on batteries tonight. It takes a lot of battery power to bring you a broadcast like this. Well, it looks like we're going to be looking at American Eagle Flight 3081 from Lawton, Oklahoma. A short jaunt from Lawton. 30 minutes to be exact on this CRJ 700. I don't know if you can hear it, but the wind is kind of relentless.
Turn out to be Mach 1, 8 left clear for takeoff, American 456.
A left line up for wait for lady stay 93.
Andy Kane with a nice comment says, thanks, nice job. I'm new to the channel. I think we've welcomed quite a few new viewers today, and it's very heartening. DFW Airport, a little different from some of the others you may be familiar with, of course. It's very American and American Eagle centric, being the home of American Airlines. But we do see a variety of other airlines and airplanes. I think the only, I'm trying to think of any type of aircraft we don't see here as far as regular passenger aircraft go. We don't see the Boeing 717. The 717 is the Boeing version of the MD-80, the McDonnell Douglas MD-80.
American 456 departures long.
Boeing took over its assembly and modernized it a bit. And Delta does fly those into the 717s into Love Field Airport. We were able to see one of those when we had our Love Field sojourn. And if you watch our fellow streamers,
B Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 339.
Epic Toast Man and OZ Gaming 9, they've both been streaming from Dallas Love Field recently, so you'll probably catch a Delta 717 over there. What else don't we see here as far as aircraft? Well, we don't see any passenger 747s, unfortunately. We do see a bunch of cargo ones from a variety of airlines.
Avalanche, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1564. Departure American 339.
That sounds like an Airbus A321. I believe it's headed for San Antonio in Texas.
Departure, good day, American 1564.
That definitely does not look straight to me. Well, it looks like we have American Flight 2597, which is going to be first out of the gate here. We're kind of, the arrivals have stopped for the moment.
Left, wait, 17, everyone right. 1709. For that to be numbers. Line up, wait, 18 left. American 1709.
that, folks. I hit the wrong button on the old camera. Just trying to brighten it up a little bit. So you can see a little more in the foreground.
Alright, RNAV to Lear, clear for takeoff, 1 to the left, American 2709. 18 left, line up, release by 2597.
Like 2597. Oh. Yeah, we're looking at flight 2597. There was another plane over there. It's so dark, literally, I couldn't see it there poised for takeoff. Sometimes your eyes play tricks on you. Looking in the north sky, I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 planes on approach to DFW Airport at this moment.
Continue to American 2709. RNAV B block 18 left before takeoff, May 2597.
Looks like they've got the blue lighting going on in the cabin there.
Yeah, American 677, runway 18 left, line up away, American 677.
American Eagle Flight landing. I believe that was an Embraer 175.
RNAV to Lear, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 677.
Left line up, American 1565.
Plane that landed there was American Eagle 3660 coming in from Durango, Colorado. We're going to check out the piloting stylings of American Flight 408 coming in from RTB. Where's RTB? Roatan.
Takeoff 18 left, RNAV B park, American 1565.
I'm sorry, Bashman 2597, what's the name?
Line up away, American 2520.
So you're looking there in the center of your screen at the Airbus A380 Speedbird, which is going back to London. And I think the latest time we're seeing here is 7:22 for a departure. So about 20 minutes, or a little less than 20 minutes from now.
Departure C, American 1565.
And I think we'll get to see the Turkish 787 arriving pretty soon.
Check landing light.
Okay, here comes American Eagle flight from, is this from Durango too? Where is this from? Del Rio, Texas. Del Rio, DRT. There you can see, as T-Pain says, British Airways is pushing back. And it's kind of gone out of our... See if we can turn that around a little bit there.
Arnett, B Park 18 left, clear takeoff, American 2520. Line up away 18 left, American 1243.
Give you a little clearer view with camera 5. That's a lot clearer view, actually. We just can't zoom in as much. George Patterson is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, George. Bill Caldum over in nearby Arkansas says, thanks for the night stream, Walt. It's always fantastic at night. We're so glad we can bring this to you. And unfortunately, that's as far in as we can zoom through this lens. To what's going on over there.
Land clear for takeoff 18 left, American 1243.
Our camera 2 can zoom in further, but it's a lot muddier picture, if you will agree. So it's been that big speedbird is pushed back so far we can hardly see it now, but it'll emerge shortly.
Good, American 2520.
Our friend Farid Abed says, hello friends, hello to you Abid, good to have you here. Teresa Borelli says, you're doing a great job, Walt. Thank you. I aims to please. I do kind of see a kind of a strobing there as that action was going by. I hadn't noticed that before. I don't know if that's because we've been on the air for so long or because our signal's not good, I'm not sure. But I'm going to be evaluating this transmission. Again, we're transmitting this technically in 4K, but we're feeding a strictly an HD picture into our computer. But we are pushing out a lot more data than we normally do. So the HD picture should technically look a little sharper because there's just more data going out. And why are we doing this? Why are you doing this, Walt? Well, because we just happen to have enough bandwidth today to be able to try it. So if we can give you a good quality 4K signal, you know, if our stream holds up at 4K, that means I can buy the equipment that I need to plug my 4K cameras into the computer and actually do a 4K stream. And the only reason we could even can contemplate that is because our connection has gotten a lot better here over the last couple of weeks.
RNAV 1, 18 left, clear takeoff, American 810.
So, and if you've been following the
18 left, line up away, only 38.
Airline Videos Live channel, and Kevin has a new gear that will let him do regular streams in 4K from just about anywhere, so we're happy to see that, and maybe we can bring you a 4K stream with 4K video as well. Daniela Sektovia has given us a 9 in, I think that's Czechoslovakian currency, smiling face with heart eyes super sticker, so thank you, Daniela. Fareed, who, if I remember correctly, hails to us from Cleveland, says he needs this after a long day at work. Thanks. My great pleasure to bring that to you. Let's get us an aircraft coming in, shall we? From Ontario, California. It's American 2635.
I have Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, on way 3880.
Apple 8, 18 left, American 2235.
And Douglas is saying the Turkish Airlines Dreamliner is landing on the east side tonight. Normally it comes over here, but I guess it is not to be our fate tonight.
RNFD Park, clip takeoff, 18 left, American 2235. Boy, 18 left, there's total 5854.
There is that biggest of birds. It almost looks like there's LED lighting around the engines. I know that's just a reflection. You can actually zoom in digitally on that. I didn't even think about that.
18 left, lap away, American 1381.
That gives us a little clear, well, not clearer technically. Hello, Michael Z, or Z, depending on where you are in the world. Just subscribe to Runway DFW. Thank you, Michael Z. Emderline says, greetings from KBWI, Thurgood Marshall, Baltimore, Washington International Airport. the land of pleasant living. Here's a very nice super chat of $3.80 from BK. Flew BA 192 2 months ago. Sublime beast. Many thanks. Chuck says it looks like the inboard engine tilts down. It does kind of look that way, doesn't it? It's probably just one of them optical illusions, I would suspicion. Let's lose our zoom there. So now I'm looking in the northern sky. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 planes. I wish I could, yeah, I can kind of show this to you. Kind of. We'll just pan across the sky here. I don't know how well it shows up on TV, but there you see to the left of the sign pole there's 3 planes. And then to the right here's another 3. And as we pan over to the east, there's another 3. And there's 4, 5. So planes are all around. They all want to come and see us.
RNFB Park Service takeoff flight left, American 1381.
And you're not seeing much there, are you, on that shot? Let's switch over to this one. This is a American Eagle Embraer 175 arriving from Monterrey in Mexico. Monterrey, of course, the home of Topo Chico sparkling beverage, which now I think is the unofficial drink of Airline Videos Live. Thanks to Chuck Tulsma, who introduced Kevin to that beverage. He took a shine to it. He now acquires it out in LA. It's just sparkling water from Mexico, but it's really good.
TOC, Mark 1381.
MRI says, looks like DFW is getting foggy. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. There could be some haze, though, of course, from the
18 left, line of weight on 13389.
from the overcast skies. Am I seeing? I think what I'm seeing is a go-around over there. That's the Turkish plane. So I just caught that out of the corner of my eye. It looked like that plane's going up instead of down. So it's going to have another go at it. That is the Turkish Airlines Dreamliner coming in from Istanbul. Was coming in for a landing over on the east side of the airport. And I saw it going up. So for whatever reason, it will try again. So, sorry we can't get you a closer look at that, but it's kind of far away from where we are.
Departure, Skywest 3184, good night.
So that was our first and probably only go around of the day here on Runway DFW.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, RNFB Park, convoy 13.
Here comes, meanwhile, the King. In its distinctive tricolor. Maybe the Turkish Airlines plane will come over here to land on the west side. I should put a tracker on that thing. So we'll follow along with the Turkish Airlines Dreamliner and see what's happening with that. It's kind of an unusual maneuver for the BA aircraft. It usually goes straight north, and it's kind of cutting across the runways here.
Departure, U2, only 33 right now.
Runway 18 left, American 2472.
I don't know, maybe it's going to go up the central taxiway here. That just gives us a little better look at it. So if you're just tuning in, we are watching the nightly British Airways A380. The only A380 we see here at DFW Airport currently. It's going back to London.
Port 2417, our nav, flare, and group takeoff, flight left.
18 left, line up away for onboard 4234.
The airplane's landing on one side and taking off on the other. That's Terminal D all aglow in the background there. That is the central control tower, which is not currently used for controlling aircraft, although it can be. It is fully equipped, but the airport relies currently on the east and west towers to control the aircraft. But in a pinch, if something catastrophic were to happen at either the east or the west towers, it's all set to go there on the central tower as far as all the radios and avionics and radars and everything they would need to power up.
To be park 18 left, clear for takeoff onboard 4234.
We usually get to see it turn this way. We usually get to see it turn the other way. Thank you, Bob Getzy, for being our newest subscriber on Runway DFW. Matt C, it still amazes me that something that big can take to the skies, a marvel of engineering for sure. And that is true, but I am still just so partial to the 747. And I believe I saw, is it this coming week that the official final delivery of the final 747 cargo plane to Atlas Air will be made. There'll be a ceremony up at the Boeing facility in Seattle or in Everett or wherever it is. But that's quite an achievement to do to have a plane of that longevity. 50 years since it first rolled out, the 747, and still going strong. We'll be seeing those in the skies for at least another 10 or 15 years, at least the cargo variants. Maybe longer than that. Quite a success. And you know what? I think the that Turkish Dreamliner may be lining up to come in over here on the west side, as I had thought maybe it would. So we'll hang around for that. Then we got to pack it up. I know this doesn't compare with one of Kevin's streams, but 5 hours for Runway DFW is a long stream. Plus I gotta be here for another 45 minutes or an hour or so to pack everything up. There's that US Airways American Airlines livery. Did you see that going behind there? We saw that coming in earlier. Or is it US Airways? I guess it is. Well, thank you for posing for us, Speedbird. Much appreciated. I do believe we have takeoff clearance. Well, maybe that's for another. There's another plane ahead of it on the runway.
You rolling? Put the tape back at 1619, line up going left.
Good golly, I think my scanner batteries are going out again. Have we there? China Airlines Cargo. King meet Queen. Get out of the way, please. Well, that would have been a nice shot.
Front runway right, Yankee 11, Yankee, then 555.
So now we've got this plane. We've got the Turkish Airlines plane, which is, where did it go? I lost it. There are a lot of planes on the radar right now. And I don't even know where this one is going right now. Let me see if I can find out.
we keep on for runway 18 left,
It's going to Anchorage. So the China Airlines cargo going to Anchorage. So we should be seeing it taking off from over here on the west side of DFW.
RNF to D Park, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
And again, this plane came in from, I believe it was Atlanta. This afternoon, just before we went on the air. I'm entirely, oh, the Turkish Airlines plane is on target to land here. It's got about 2 or 3 planes ahead of it. So we will see that. That will be our final plane of the night, assuming that this one takes off in relatively quickly. I apologize for those beeps. That's our scanner. For some reason there's moisture in the air and my hands are not, my fingers aren't able to maneuver the screen of my phone. It's a 16-year-old 747-409 is what I am told by Flight Radar 24. Mary Extraordinaire says, your battery sounds like the beep at Walmart.
Takeoff runway 18 left, turn right heading 190.
So I'm here scanning groceries. What it sounds more like to me, however, because I'm older, is when you used to hear people on the radio and they would be talking over the phone with somebody. The FCC, the communications authority here in the US, would make the broadcaster put a beep on every, I think, 10 seconds or 15 seconds to let the caller know that they were on the air. It was kind of like the alert that, hey, you're being recorded right now. And I don't know when that's kind of a long time ago that they stopped requiring that. Brian Henry says American Airlines Flight 21 landing on the 13s from London Heathrow.
Departure shuttle 5869, you have that frequency course?
And that is a runway we don't see from
2647 Air Shuttle 15.
where we are located. So we've got one landing ahead of the Turkish Airlines plane as we continue our loving look at China Airlines Cargo 747 off to Anchorage. I think the word Anchorage came out of my mouth and it didn't. There was no sound coming out. I think I might need a sound. Is that
I
wind?
have layering clip, take off running left, American 1230. Left line up away to American 1430.
I think China Airlines Cargo is, playing a waiting game here while the passenger flights get to take off. There is that US Airways plane. You see the tail there? It's not a US Airways plane. It's the heritage livery for it. Let's see if we can get a little better look at it here as it peeks out from behind the tail of that 747.
Good night, American 1247.
Okay, so we've had a regional plane land, and the next plane coming in is going to be the Turkish Airlines plane. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to shift over to watch that come in.
1430, 18 left.
And then our final plane will be the 747 as it should be. So again, this is the Turkish Airlines Dreamliner, which made a go-around on its initial approach to DFW on the east side of the airport.
Pick up when I left, go 30 5 to 18 left, American 2990.
So after about an extra 20 minutes in the air, it makes a safe landing.
Departure, good night, American 1430.
After its journey from Istanbul 13 hours and 16 minutes ago. And so that leaves this. You can hardly see it on that shot. That is our camera 2, which doesn't do so well at night. We'll give you an alternate view here with a much more expensive camera.
Departure 3083.
Plane Dude says, I was at Founders Plaza earlier and I saw your setup in real life and it's pretty amazing, Runway DFW. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna crank down that scanner. We can live without those beeps, right? I believe I see the big bird now on the move. patiently waiting its turn. And now it will make a turn to the south to begin its journey to Anchorage. Which of course is the place to go if you want to see 747s, at least in this country. So what did we see today? We saw a couple of 747s. We saw a Dreamliner go-round. We saw the big A380 landing and taking off. That cloud looks like a little heart, doesn't it? There on the left. We saw the Finnair One World livery go out. And we say goodbye to the 747. So that's going to be it from us at Runway DFW. Walt here, thanking you for all of your great comments, your participation in the chat room, just making this into a really cool broadcast to watch. And yes, that's me in the foreground there, sitting down for the first time in about 5 hours, and I'm going to say thank you. Let's get our music going here. That's not the music I wanted. You have been watching Runway DFW, live from DFW International Airport, the DFW Founders Plaza area to be specific. My name is Walt. Been so happy to be your host for the last 5 hours and 12 minutes, and we hope you will subscribe and like to Runway DFW, and we hope as well that you will, what else? Tell all your friends about us, and oh, and hit that notification bell. They always say that, right? Hit the notification bell. Also, we want to thank all of our great Moderation Federation members for making this a great place to hang out. And that's it for us. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.